Very warm welcome to the Mobility Resort Mategi. We are in Japan for the third round of the FIM Asian Road Racing Championship 2026.
情報が掲示されます。
And also,
come straight out of the distance.
So let's take another look at that eventful, tightly fought race. As we just saw them line up, out for Ramdan Rosley, who started way back and would have a lot to do. There was a jump start for Luis Miguel, but right from the start it was really aggressive riding from Chiran and kind of smooth, confident riding from Vicente Perez, the number 19 there. Got 5 laps remaining. Ramdan Rosley, championship leader, chipped in, chased all the way through by Vicente and by Chiran. And at this stage, coming up to the halfway point, Pedrinho Matos began just to fade back. And there was the exit there for Nakib Rifki. Very frustrated Nakib once again. Running wide there was Ramdan into turn 11. That was a mistake he wouldn't make on the final lap. With 2 laps to go, Vicente looked really confident at the front. He looked like he had it under control. There he is through that section. Just ahead at this point from Luis Miguel, who had done his long lap penalty and come up from the last place into podium contention. At this point, this looked very likely to be the finishing order. Vicente, Chiran, Ramdan, with Luis Miguel just behind them and right on the line. Snatched from Vicente by Chiran Vishwanath by 15 thousandths of a second, which is about half the width of a wheel.
Race highlights for a famous day at the Mobility Resort Mategi for John Emerson Ngito and the Philippines. He was on P3 on the Great Barrier Russell, and he kept himself, bike number 25, right in the mix right the way throughout.
Yeah, he did. It was a brilliant race from him. As we'll see a little later, he led most of the last lap. Early casualties, of course, unfortunately. At this stage, Nazrul Izzat was running close to the front all the way through, looking really good.
Yeah, bike number 87, gosh. We were talking about his luck. We've been talking about his luck all season, and
there it ran out. Absolutely gutting for the Malaysian.
The reaction from him there. That meant that our focus, my focus certainly on Husni Zainal Fauzi, who said that he gets himself in the right place at the right time so often, but with 2 laps to go, he suddenly found himself out of the front pack as there was a black flag for a problem. 195.
Yeah, fortunately it wasn't an oil leak, so no further disruption to the schedule.
The purple Uma Racing livery is there, and then we come into the final lap and the final race for home, and we wonder, did John Emerson Ngito, did he have the ability to hold on here? He's got the lead, he's just pushing through, he's got ahead of Randy Odding, who led coming into the final straight. Use of the slipstream, perfectly done. Race highlights from race 1 of the weekend of the AP 250cc. Rich Takahira would have a lot to say in this race. On P2 was Hiroki Ono. On P1 was Fahmi Bassam. Yet to have a podium so far this season. And Bike 2-2 was in the thick of things. Also in the thick of things was Musyavi on the Yamaha, who crashed out. We understand he's okay, but it was a nasty crash on that first corner, Barry Russell.
He went out with Renato Okada and was just prone in the gravel for a bit, probably just winded. There's a very frustrated Panjarit Chitwell chap for Honda Racing Thailand.
Fahmi, bike number 222. He was having a better day than than Pasquale, who went out. Not a good day for the Chinese-based team. But bike number 76, he was always in the mix. Somebody would make a move. Irvin would make a move. Hiroki would track him. Then Rich Takahira would make a move. Hiroki would track him.
It was like he was playing with them, really. I'm sure it was harder than he made it look, but it just looked like every time somebody got in front, he'd just get back in front. And Irfan Ardiansha all the way through this race as well, looking really, really strong.
Nakamoto went out. There was quite a lot of collateral damage going on behind. It's not an easy race. 32 bikers, it could get very congested sometimes. As we're seeing, there was a lot of standing up, a lot of correction, contact there between Razor and Rich Takahira, and that might have had something to do with Rich really having to just go too much for it on this final straight. Down there he is, he's pushed out. It's Razor again.
Yeah, there was contact with Razor there, which resulted in Rich going off onto the grass.
As did Iyoshi as well, both onto the grass, but coming through perfectly timed. That is just perfection from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, really, really. Couldn't imagine that being executed any better. He knew there was no chance to get away, but he did know he could outwit the rest of the field, and that's exactly what he did.
So hugs for them. Excellent work from Kritipat. There was a little reaction from Kritipat as well, the championship leader.
He should be pleased with that.
That's an excellent P3 for him. But Supersport 600cc, race number 1 in Motegi. 12 laps of the track. Kazma Daniel, bike number 57, on pole, off to a superstar, but instantaneously, Hiroki Okubu, the wild card, bike number 98. The man in black was stalking Kazma. Behind them, well, battles were going on, looking for points, but there was always the danger, by Russell, that the wild cards would take big points away from the championship rivals.
Yeah, they did have a big fistful of points just at around this stage. There was 36 points in the hands of Okubo and Apiwat. There is Apiwat there, just dropped down to P4.
Anipab would eventually pick up a useful number of points. He'd pick up 13 points for a P4, but they were never near the front two. The front two were 3+ seconds. That's a good battle between Herj and Atner, who came up from somewhere like about P9 at one stage. He had a really poor start, got himself up into P3, and has got himself another podium.
Yeah, he really did slam it into reverse at the start. Just looked on the replay, and he just looked like he was going backwards compared to everybody else.
But Leon Cleo, bike number 31, he was just damage limitation. Pick up as many points as I possibly can. Around about now is the time that Okubu says, right, I can take Kazma. I think I know that I can win from here.
Yeah, he was just showing a wheel every time. Just look at that battle there continuing between Apiwat and Kip. And this battle between Herjan and Anupab, also a really absorbing one.
Suddenly we found the back marker getting in the way. He came out of nowhere, which gave us all a bit of a shock. And this is the final the last gamble from Kazma. And he realizes, no, I've got you take the race. You take the race. I'll take the 20 points. That improves my lead at the top of the standings. 25 points would have been nice, but I'll take 20. Okubu, as a wild card, comes through and wins. The veteran, bike number 78, picking up all 25 points for a very handsome victory. And coming through in P3 was Herjan Atner, ahead of Anupam.
Yeah, and a very thoughtful and analytical
Race highlights for Hafiz Sharon Abdullah's 5th win in 5 races at the ASB 1000cc. We're at Mategi. Everyone was hoping that they could just get a start on Hafiz, and several did. Chip Nakarin from P4 looked like he got into the lead. Zakwan got into the lead as well. It looked like Hafiz went under real pressure, but once he got into the lead by Russell, gosh, what a performance from the Ducati.
It really was job done. He didn't stretch away too quickly at the front. He looked like he was being patient. I think he just let the tyres and the fuel go down a little bit. That was Ashroy kicking up dust on the run down from turn 10 to 11.
That showed the determination of particularly the Hondas going on behind. But the real story would be on bike number 74. Okay, Kito Abe was chasing and he got the better of Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan would have a long lap penalty that will put him from contention, way out of contention, into P9 when he took the long lap. And he never recovered from that, did the number 21.
No, it really finished his campaign. His lap times didn't come back either. There he was. Off as the bikes immediately behind him just go cruising past one after another. So frustrating. This was Shota Ite getting past Kota Arakawa.
Yeah, bike number 74 would be the story. Of course, we'll focus on number 1 and number 2. But the Yamaha, all weekend, you've been saying the Yamahas shouldn't be competing for the top, as Lachlan Epis lucklessly crashes out once again. But then let's get on to this story. You've waxed lyrical in practice, you waxed lyrical in qualification. Really go for it this time, Barry.
Well, Nakarin was looking like he really had buttoned up P3. We just speculated a little bit that Shota might be able to put that on the podium, but it was surely not thing. But he did get past Nakarin. Nakarin chased hard, and he made that Yamaha R1, that Akino Speed Yamaha R1, as wide as he possibly could. And then on the final lap, as we watched our race victor for the 5th time in 5 this season come across the line, behind him Shota Ite put in his fastest lap of the race and the fastest of the field the last time around to come through to, in the end, a convincing 3rd place from Nakarin at Surapuvapat. Good for the championship for him. Stretches out his lead, another 5 points over Kito Abe.
FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, TVS One Make Championship International Race. And some new names for us to enjoy here at Motegi. Mainly come from Spain. Good start from Pedrino Matos, the Portuguese, who's joined us just this season, but the man who would eventually come and dominate this race by Russell, the number 19, Vicente Perez Selfa, the Spaniard in the black helmet here, not going out to it right from the start, but once we hit just before midway, the number 19, well, he was utterly dominant.
Yeah, he played it cool, and in these early stages of the race as well, the Colombian John Lopez was also looking really strong, confident and smooth. We saw more aggression there from Chirant Vishwanath, this morning's race winner.
I think that's something that the Spanish influencers brought for us. Poor old Anthony Dominguez didn't make it to the start line. He went out on the formation lap. But the Spanish influence has brought more aggression. And Chirant Vishwanath has seen what the Spaniards are doing and is saying, if you can be aggressive, so can I be.
Yeah, well, he certainly lived up to that. Just chasing John Lopez Jr., as we can see, with 2 laps to go.
That was Lopez going on the grass, keeping on the black stuff. As going around the corner there is Pedrino Matos, who would hold on to P2. Chirant Vishwanath pushed wide, and in the end that possibly cost him a podium. Good battle going on between the number 4 and the number 10, Oral Tilwi Piri. Ramdan Rosley, meanwhile, your championship leader, for once was non-competitive and is out of the podiums for the first time this season.
Yeah, quite extraordinary, especially given the golden opportunity handed to him by Sartak Chavan, his main rival in the championship.
By not being here, Sartak. But in the end, he does increase his lead. We'll confirm what the actual difference is in just a short while. Have to be content with P8.
By this time, Pedrino Matos had made second place his own, but there was a big question mark over who would come through to the podium. Final place, and it was Oratilwi Piri.
Race highlights of the Underbone 150cc. Race 2 of the weekend, race number 6 of the 12 race season. As always, it was competitive. Our eyes were very much on bike number 143, championship leader Husni Zainal Svaldi, bike number 52, Dimas Juliet Moko. And we were wondering if John Emerson Gito, bike number 25, could make it a win double for him and for Philippines. And we never know with Underbone until the last lap.
That's right, and there was his teammate, Gupta Krishna, just going out there. Sorry, not his teammate, Husni's teammate going out there. And that was Timothy Rojas, penalising himself after having started from pit lane for slow riding in warm-up. But at the front, John Emerson Gita did spend some time there.
There's our first look at the bike number 70, Chana Chowki, the Akshay boy, who was competing at the top. He's been competitive all season without really being able to grab the headlines, because the headlines invariably go to Dimas Julio, Husni Zainal. But this time he kept himself in touch. We kept our eye as well on bike number 87. Nazrul Izzat, hoping that he could at least finish the race after a dreadful time of luck. And there was quite a lot of collateral damage going on in such a congested field.
Yeah, and riders going down together. We had 8 riders down in this race in total. That was Fizi Supat going down on the Vosges AS25, and a heavy fall there. I think that was for Silmi Helsinki.
Yeah, the team one for all after he was taken out of one of the 2 major bottlenecks in this course. We're on to the final lap here, and this is where really bike number 70 begins to make his mark. At the moment he's in P7. But that's the joy of Underbone, as again, I think that was Helsinki.
Yeah, that was Helsinki just catching the back wheel of the rider in front of him, and over he went.
Padley Regani and Helsinki both taken out. And this is where we're just beginning to see, as he comes up the top of the hill, Shorat Shauki. And then he's in the lead for the first time. And you look back at this, and he was in that lead for a long, long way. And then this long straight, which carries on forever and ever and ever. He avoids as much slipstreaming as he possibly can, hunkers down, and is able to hold on for a maiden victory.
Yeah, and a handsome win.
Highlights here of the race in the AP 250. Kritibaki Yankam, the championship leader. Hiroki Ono stretching to try to get into the top. Rich Takahara looking for a first podium of the season. They were just three of many protagonists who fancied themselves to at least get on the podium. Early on, though, we would see the bike number 76, Hiroki Ono, was trying to not dominate this race, but control it, perhaps, Barry Russell.
I think control is the best way to put it. Every time he dropped a couple of places, he took them straight back at will.
There were casualties in this AP 250. It's a 32 bike field, and so there's plenty of congestion going on. That means several incidents, some of them pretty spectacular. Bravo doing its job here. But there is Ono. Bike number 44, Reach Takahira. I know we talk about him a lot, and we expect him at some stage to turn these fabulous races into results, but something seems to happen on the tail end of many of the laps involving Rich Takahira.
Yeah, he did look cooler in this race. I don't know why I had that feeling really about him, but there was the unfortunate exit of Daniel Sharmi, who was running so well with that group. No luck for him this weekend.
And leading the way, Takahira coming up the hill. Kitipat, the championship leader. He's got the red cup, but he's using his head really well. Takahira leads with 2 laps to go. We thought maybe this is the time. We know that Ono is lurking, though, and Ono has a calculating, fabulous brain. As they go over the line, Ono says, okay, I know where the speed is. Pointing out is the
Tepi Kagawa, Sanwa Racing's wild card. Great to see Sanwa this weekend as well.
So where does it go wrong for bike 44 for Takahira?
Okay, so Irfan muscles him out, takes that inside line into turn 11, and then Chandra takes him as well.
Must be chasing him down to the line. And you think there might be an opportunity for Irfan to get into the slipstream of Hiroki Ono. Ono, though, just weaves his way to victory. Back-to-back hugs and dances in Vietnam. Terrific race in the Supersport 600cc. Kazma Daniel Mayudin up against Hikari Akubu. They were 1 and 2 yesterday. There were much more than 2 people involved in this race right from the very start. Kazma was trying to get away quickly, but it wouldn't be the old 1-2 from yesterday, because Hersham was quick, Apiwat was quick, Anupar was quick, and Tanat was quick as well, even though it was Akubo and Kazma who got away quickest at the start, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Akubo got through on Kazma a lot quicker than he did yesterday, and as we were saying, Herjanathna got off the line well to be competitive, especially in the first half of the race. I thought Kazma was looking good, looking competitive. Tanat went to the front and looked smooth for 2 or 3 laps.
Everybody looked smooth for 2 or 3 laps, didn't they? Tanat looked very impressive mid-race, but always Hikari Okobu was there lurking. Kazma, strangely for the great work he's had this weekend, actually then went backwards and would finish in P6. And Anupar Samu, we love Anupar. We know he's an aggressive racer. He comes to the front, and it's him versus Okubu. That effectively was it for the end, despite the attempts of Apiwat and Tanat.
They can still surprise you even on the highlights, Des. But yeah, this was a good race from Apiwat. New team, officially running as a replacement rider for the Nitro Ryota team. Yeah, Kazma well back at this point, and a miserable ending there in the gravel for Isa McMill.
So he was trying to push. Okubo is there. We've got 1 lap to go. And Anupar, we wait until coming down the hill. So often it's been the pivotal moment, but you can see Anupar is really pushing. Tanat by this stage is out of it. Anupar has the lead, and then that's such a fantastic move into turn 11 from Hikari Okobu. And he's able to hold on. Even there, I thought he might not get the drive out, but just manages to get the grip and holds on. And then the sprint to the line, a double for Hikari Okobu. And Anupar has to be content with P2.
Yeah, you could see the front of Anupar's R6 trying to scrabble away there.
Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, championship leader with 5 wins in a row. His opponents promising to give their absolute utmost, and they tried to, but Hafiz off to a flying start. But look at the work from Chip Nakarin in P2 on bike number 41 and bike number 39 of Kota Abe on the limit. Kota Abe's admitted for 5 or 6 laps he was on the absolute limit, and they challenged Hafiz Sharin, got into the lead, but that manoeuvre, Barry Russell, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, they had him sandwiched and he just got through. He got the power down and he got through and into the lead, and that was it. It was bye-bye Hafiz. But lots going on as Chip Nakarin, both these riders, you have to say, gave everything, and unfortunate slip there for Zakwan, who might have just overridden.
Possibly, I think they all do, and Ollie Simpson going out as well, as did Ajoy Hakim Anwar. I think you've got to override if you're on the slightly under, it's not underpowered. The Ducati is just magnificently powered, and the package that they put together and the athlete on the bike. Great battle though, and eventually Abe gets the head of Chip Nakarin, and that's with 10 laps to go, and for 10 laps Chip Nakarin chased Kito Abe.
That's it, that's what you call racing with respect. They were clean, they were absolutely on the limit all the way through. Fantastic riding from both of them, pushing it as hard as they did, and for not falling off. Rocco Sessler, as you said, there's his best performance, if not his best result in ASB 1000. He's really coming good on this BMW 50 Forged Asia Racing Team. New livery this weekend. And a burgeoning talent in the young German Rocco Sessler, still only 17. But Kito Abe would hold this P2.
That's that bottom right. It just showed the metronomic consistency of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. And he said yesterday they're looking to improve. He wasn't happy with his last 4 laps last time, so they're setting personal targets. They're not thinking that the job is done. Even if the rest of us are wondering how you get the better of this Ducati package. And Hafiz comes through once again, wins slowing down. A brilliant victory, 6 out of 6. It's 10 out of the last 13 that he has entered. I've ended up with the Johor flag being waved. And no more dancers, please, Hafiz. No new dancers. Not that we don't understand.
So I did it once and I felt like this. Very excited.
8 laps of the circuit. Underbone 150cc, we are off safely, and it's a solid start coming in from the pole sitter Dimas Julie at Moko. Husni Zainal, of course, so bike 143 has gone alongside him, but everybody is away safely into this long sweeping double right-hand corner.
Yep, Husni settling comfortably into P2 behind Dimas Julie.
So you've got the 2 long straights, and then you go out into the countryside. And again, this is a double left-hander, and it's going into the bridge at the end of this next straight that you can get an awful lot of concertinaing together. Got to get your position right. But it's Dimas Julie who's got off to a nice start behind him, bike 143, and Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. And I think even the neutrals are looking for him to have a change of luck.
Absolutely, he's come up really well from P13 early on. A little bit of contact there in the middle of the pack, as we were saying. The advantage of starting at the front is that you don't have that extra layer of risk that comes with having to make your way through a pack.
Well, all 22 have got away quite nicely. It's a lovely circle as they go up the hill and then into another surprisingly tight right-hand corner. On the screen, television seems to...
Well, we know Nazrul also is comfortable leading these underbone races.
And of course, at some stage, Ahmed Fazrul Sham will get himself into the front. One of these days, he'll stick it and get himself a podium place.
He's in about 5th or 6th at the moment. The number 11 just in the middle there.
Here they come, they're 4 abreast, and you've certainly got to work your way into the tightest of corners. It's virtually 90 degrees. Then you go out of the sun and then back into the sun before a double left-hander and then back onto the front. But this is looking pretty good. Well, 25 is John Emerson Ngito.
He started from the outside of the front row and put himself in a good position. Head down, deep down as always on these underbones to try and just get an extra ½ kilometre per hour.
In qualifying, a lot of the athletes were slipstream. They were getting a pull on this home straight.
Yeah, normally in the split qualifying and Super Bowl, we eliminate that. So yeah, anyway, it was a weird qualifying session, but we're in the race now.
And the usual candidates are up at the front. Lovely sweeping circuit this, and the high vantage point for the spectators. They can see exactly what's going on, which is John Emerson Ngito leading the way. He's got Dimas Julie for company, and of course, Husni Zainal, bike 143, and Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, and 1.1 second back from John Emerson Ngito at the front is Muzakir on board AS25 Vogue. So they'll getting that Vogue into a position where they're finishing once or twice this season already, within 1 second of the winner. Unfortunately, that means you're probably not going to score any points.
You're 19th or 20th, but I know what you mean. Coming in is number 27, Adib Arshad, on the second of the UMA Racing Yamaha. So they both got themselves up near the front, the vivid purple liveries.
Late crash for Adib, the number 27 as well in qualifying, but no harm done.
Helps his way into the front as well as they come out into the countryside once again.
Yeah, no surprise there again. Jupiter running at the front. Currently second in the championship, albeit 38 points behind, and just 1 point above Dimas Julie, the number 52 on your screen, who just slips into the lead once again.
He's had 1 podium so far this season, Dimas Julie at Moko, a P2 in Sepang. He had a DNF and a P4 in Buriram. So he's in decent form, but decent form isn't good enough when Husni Zainal's the opponent. Husni leads by 38 points. As they come through, Dimas Julie is the leader at the quarter point. Adib has got the fastest lap.
Yeah, the I think there was an error at some point there from John Emerson Guito, who slipped back into the 8th.
There's a long lap penalty being imposed on bike number 51, Ahmad Dawisi, of the UZ Asia team.
Now, for the first time among the leaders, we pick out Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SND, the Honda, and we also, unfortunately, see a crash involving 2 bikes there. I wasn't quick enough to pick out who they were.
Well, our drone was able to pick it up, got over the top of the scene, and for the championship leaders, it doesn't involve them, as again, it's tricky when you come into the light, out of the light, particularly when the sun is out. There's a bit of cloud cover now, so it's not too difficult at the moment for the riders, but that can be awkward as they come through. Aditya Fauzi, 77, is amongst the lead.
Yeah, really determined to get a good result this weekend. Aditya Fauzi, sounding really positive. Second season on board the Honda. Yamaha tradition had advantage in this category. We first saw Aditya as a regular rider in YUIG Trilaksana's Race Tech 60 team. Brilliant season he had then.
Once again, they come over the top of the hill. Aditya is leading the way. Dimas Julie stayed with him. Dimas, who won the MP2 overall national championship in Indonesia a couple of years ago. That's how he, I think that gave him a ton of confidence, because since then he's been regularly competing at the top of the grid. This is his 5th full season at the Asian Road Racing Championships. As they come towards the end of lap number 3, 87, Nazrul Izzat, the Malaysian, leads the way. Maybe this is the time when Nazrul's form and fortune turns.
Yeah, in this championship year, 2023, Nazrul seemed to have that magical touch of coming from nowhere, just to pip the competition at the line.
95, April King Moscado, who started right at the back. He's got himself into that leading group as well. The Filipino in P7 at the moment.
Yeah, great work from April King.
And April, well, he posted the fastest time there. He's half a second down, but just look how congested it is. This is going to get fun on those last couple of laps. We often talk about this, particularly with the underbones and the AP250s this season. But when you get to the last lap, position coming into those final few turns, absolutely critical. A little concerned look there from YUIG Trilaksana, bike number 6, in the middle of the pack. But it's still Nazrul who's leading the way.
Yeah. Looking on, YUIG Trilaksana, his rider for this season, Dimas Julie, doing the hard work at the front of the pack at the moment.
Yeah, you forget sometimes the dual responsibilities of the likes of YUIG. They're not young pups anymore. They're into the next phase of their career, and they're developing talents such as Dimas Julie and racing themselves.
Yeah, and still really competitive. So, yeah, I really admire what YUIG's been doing. 3rd season now, I think, for his own team. 3rd or 4th, possibly.
And still picking up points. He had a P2 in Buriram last time out.
Yeah.
There's April King. Dimas Julie still leading the way. Those front 2, it's unusual to see this in Underbone. The front 2 have been in the front 2 or 3 for, well, the whole time so far.
Yeah, Nazrul and Adib for Uma Racing Yamaha. They've been doing a lot of work together. They're apart on the track at the moment for the first time, but it's Nazrul who's staying with the leaders.
Emerson Guito has joined them once again. Guito was 3rd on the grid, so he's posting quick times.
Yeah, Forest 1M rider, hoping for great things this season.
It's just building. We've had a couple of casualties, as invariably we do. Fadli Regani is struggling. Fadli, I think, was one of those involved in that incident.
And it was the recovering Filipino, King Moscado, who led them across the line that time.
With another fastest lap, midway point. April King, Dimas Julie, Nazrul Izzat, John Emerson and Guito. Husni still lurking though in 6th. They'll all be watching the number 143. Where's he going? What's he doing? What's the line he's taking?
What's he thinking? And they will never know. There's a very special algorithm at work there, I think. April King staying at the front.
That is Nazarul. Oh, Nazarul gets that wrong, and Nazarul, his race looks like it's done. We keep talking about bad fortune for Nazarul Izapahudin, and it's another. Oh, you've got to feel for him.
Frustration. One of the riders clearly capable of taking the win, taking a podium, let down by a mechanical issue once again. Oh,
this will be his third DNF in 5 races.
If he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all.
Wow.
Absolutely crushed for Nazarul.
Well, he's stomping away. Gosh, that's a stomp.
And he's such a nicely tempered individual.
Well, he's not there.
not now, but
Right.
it is. He's upset.
Got a feel for him. In the meantime, though, the race goes on without him and his teammate, Adib Arshad. Maybe he can get some kind of consolation for the UMA Racing team. In the meantime, though, 143. Husni Zainal has got himself just ahead of Dimas Julie into the second part of the race. And Husni Zainal looking for win number 3 of the season. And you add that to the 6 that he posted last season. He wins every other race, and he's only missed the podium on 3 occasions.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal record. He runs across in that leading group of 4.
A couple of Filipinos in there, and right at the back, that's Ahmad Dawisi.
Yeah, John Emerson and April King flying the Philippines, flag of the Philippines. Very well so far. Now with the exit of his teammate Adib Arshad having a look just behind the leaders there.
You know this is building because we know at the end of, well, at the end of the 8th lap, they've got that hill and there's no space. There's only space for 2 bikes when you take the right-hand turn. Everybody else will be pushed wide. As once again, we have a look at Dawisi. Just losing a little bit. That's Charles Shazras as well. There's a leading group, and then a group of 4 are just a little bit further down.
Another one to watch, Des, coming through now after a very quiet weekend is Rendi Oding.
That's what Team One for All, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Is that Silmi?
Yeah, that's Silmi, number 58. He's out.
Silmi Helsinki crashes into the dust.
April King back at the front.
Well, it's just building up as they come down this hill. Just keep an eye on this. Let's just have a look at what happened. Oh, you don't catch it. He just seemed to run off. Didn't get it right. Back end.
Yeah, he looks accusingly down the track, but we couldn't see anything untoward or what caused that crash.
Coming down the hill, Dimas Julie has got Aditya Fauzi. As they go through, there really is no space, and then you've got to get yourself on the right line to sweep onto this double left-hander. And then what kind of a drive do you get out on the long straight? It is deceptively long. It goes on and on and on, but Dimas Julie at Moko, well, there you go. There's the slipstream that Aditya Fauzi will have been rehearsing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say that did look like a rehearsal from Aditya Fauzi. He does fancy it this weekend.
Zainal's in there as well, bike 143. You can never, ever write him off.
I suspect that Husni wasn't on full throttle at that point.
He's just looking, observing. That's the line that Aditya took. That's the one I'll take.
Not wanting to alarm anybody too early.
That's close to coming together. And it's just going to get a little bit more physical as we come into the final lap and a half.
Yeah, UMA's Adib Arshad coming up once again towards the front.
Some riders pushed off the racing line, off the tarmac.
DJ, he's having a bit of an attempted scamper at the front then.
Well, he is getting away. Still, Husney he's tracking the
Husney
front men.
straight onto him.
Yeah.
He could see, I think, what was in the mind of Adichie Fauzi.
The LFN racer just seems to have this sixth sense. Now he takes the sharp left. Saw the move, followed it.
Oh, a black flag for April King. Sorry, the 195. Akshal. That's the other one for all rider being black flagged for a mechanical issue. King dropped back in that group.
Somebody was off the racing line, but he's recovered. That was Adib.
Yeah, that is Akshal.
Well, clearly, he might have been dropping some oil. Let's hope it's not on any kind of a racing line.
Yeah, we don't see any flags yet. Let's just see. It's John Emerson and Guito at the front once again. There's Julie, just nicely positioned. Now, we begin the last lap.
Okay, John Emerson and Guito had the lead, bike number 25. April King also in that little group. It's looking good for the Philippines. Ahmad Dawisi is there, Randy Odding and Zikat and Dimas Julie, but so is Husney, 143. It's just tapered off a little bit. It's a front 8. Maybe Adib is able to stay close to them. But it's less congested than it might have been. They've just managed to shake off the main part of the pack.
Yeah, Adichie at the back of that group as they cross the line. Number 77 on the Honda.
And Husney's dropped back a little bit there as well. Not too far, but there he is. He's in P9 at the moment, P8, P9. But there's still more than half this lap to go. 25 leading the way, John Emerson and Guito for S1M Evo Yamaha.
Yeah, the mind games are underway well and truly.
Is that Charles Shazras in the midst? I think that was 61 who suddenly appeared, and a different line taken. Right, now is where the congestion can really get to you. Right place, that's where you've got to be coming into turn 11 as they come up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, John still at the front.
John Emerson and Guito leads the way. Husney is off the pace, surprisingly. Dimas Julie is in P4 at the moment. And we could have a surprise on our hands here.
Yeah, Randy O'Ding has joined the conversation as well. Number 129.
As they come through, Charles Shazras, Dimas Julie, bike number 52. Dodging and weaving his way into the right position. Dimas Julie at Moko goes through into P2. Now it's a case of the drive out. That's through 11. They've got a double left to go, and then it's a sprint to the line after the right-hander. And we are going to have 5 in a sprint. Now then, slipstream comes into play. Dimas Julie in P3 at the moment. Has he timed this right? John Emerson and Guito is there. Bike 25 and coming through for the win. John Emerson and Guito takes it for the Philippines. Ahead of Randy Odding and Dimas Julie at Moko.
Well, John Emerson and Guito, that's his second win in this category. I think 3 years ago now in Sugo in a wet race. Memorable win then for the Filipino.
It is a photo finish. The result is under, well, Race Direction are going to have a look at this, but we're pretty sure that John Emerson and Guito is clear as you like. Randy Odding in P3, Dimas Julie 4, and Husney Zainal down in P7. So he is human after all.
Yeah, could be. Let's see, and Adichie Fauzi didn't make it to the line. We didn't see what happened to him. But the number 77, just looking down, no, he's not there. Gupta finished in front of his teammate, but magnificently judged. He was threatening all the way through.
Third place in qualifying, so he was on the front row and he was able to hold off everybody from behind him. The photo finish will be for P2, and it's whether or not Dimas Julie got the better of Rendy. And I don't think he did. I think Rendy, one of your favourites.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. I saw him coming through on that last lap, and he made it stick. Great to see Rendy in this championship. He came in with a great reputation. Now he's got a great result.
Well, that was a slow burner of a race, but there's plenty of drama. More problems for Izzat Bahoudin. Okay, we are awaiting 10 laps of the circuit. We are underway. Ono has got off to a solid start. Ahead of him, though, Fahmi Bassam has just edged his way, but Ono, bike number 76, I think he might just have a point to prove after being demoted onto P2 as Jazal Jaremi comes in from the pit lane. Everybody away. Oh no, they're not away safely.
Ooh.
We've got a big crash on the corner at the end of the home straight.
That was somebody from the mid-pack.
That's one of the wild cards, Hinato
Yes.
Okada on the Cardinals.
And another Yamaha down there.
Well, that's where it can get congested. I hope he's okay. We'll give you an update as soon as we can, but when a rider stays down, you just have to be concerned. Up at the front, though, Ono is there. Fahmi Bassam right in his slipstream. And also there is Rich Takahira.
Yeah, Rich Takahira. We get used to seeing him at the front for most of the race. He'll be looking for a podium this weekend. That's absolutely for certain. He got a podium in the Blue Crew World Championship last weekend.
Okay, there's the problem.
Okada. Oh, and the other rider involved there, one of the Indonesian Yamahas. Hiroki Ono leads Takahira, leads Fahmi Bassam. Yamaha's at the front.
Mushavi was the other racer going out. Interesting. We'll give you an update on Fadil Mushavi as they come down the hill for the first of 10 times. It's Rich Takahira, who started in P5 on the Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ team. And he will be leading going into the tunnel for the first time, and they've spread out just a little bit. Fahmi Bassam and Hiroki Ono have gone with him. And behind him, Irfan Ardiansa, who's a very capable racer. And 7 have got clear.
Yeah, Sakamoto, the 7th of those. Kritapat sitting comfortably there. Sakamoto just snapping a little bit at the back of Hiroki Ono's Honda.
Kritapak, bike number 39, is the one to keep an eye out on. 3 wins in 4 races so far this year, and he had a P5 in his other finish as well.
Yeah, and for his efforts, he's got a 400 RPM rev cut. So slipstream's going to be important for the young Thai.
And then he decides, forget slipstream, I'll take the lead as he goes in ahead of Ono.
Oh, another one out. Let's see from this angle. I think it's one of the wild cards.
Still waiting for an update on Mushavi. We'll give you that as soon as we get it. But Takahira is leading the way. Just behind him, a scary moment there for Chandra Hewawan. Takamoto at the back on bike number 81 in the yellow and black. Here is Takahira.
Indeed.
Who's an exciting talent.
He certainly is. He's one of these riders that needs to start converting talent into points. Irfan Ardiansa just moving up through that group as well, the number 16 into P4.
Like the top right tells you, Setu Rajiv was the other man who we saw crashing out. The track has been cleared, so there's no flags. We are ongoing. 9 laps still to go as they come down the hill. And Kritipat just follows Hiroki Ono. And Fahmi Bassam's quietly stuck his way in there as well. He was on pole position in 4th place now. making this transition, as you saw from his results. He struggled at Sepang, improved dramatically in Buriram, bike 222. And it looks like he's getting to grips, is Fahmi Bassam with his Yamaha.
Yeah, LFN once again chose a good rider to step up from underbones to 250s. And there he moves up a couple of places.
That's turn one where we had the coming together early on. That's a very tight turn at the end of the first straight. That's a double right, and then there's a double left coming here. There's not a lot of space.
Oh, and Panjaruk is down. Third in the championship. This is not good for him.
And you can tell that he's frustrated. Didn't have the power to pick up the bike, and it looks like it's stranded in the gravel anyway. He stomps away.
Yeah, unfortunate for the brilliant young Thai rider. He will have many more days to come.
Yeah, today is not one of them.
But this is good news, talking about championship at the moment and in these early stages of the race for Kritapat, because Reza Danica is down the order, who's currently second, 22 points behind the Thai championship leader. And now Panjaruk, who was third, he is out.
I wonder if that's Reza just who's got into the back end of that leading group. The front group of 7 looked like they'd got away. Daniel Sharmi's put in a good lap. He's got the fastest lap. He's caught up with that leading group. It's a second and a half between 1 and 11. Aiki Yoshi at the back there in bike number 37, just coming into the reckoning.
Takahira still pushing, currently second ahead of Fahmi. Fahmi ahead of Irfan.
What a good man to have coming in is Irfan Ardiansa, the bike number 16.
Very much
there's
so.
a problem.
Oh, and that's Unai. He is out. We saw a crash in qualifying for his teammate, Shenchen Zhang. Now, Unai returning to the team is out of race 1.
That gravel is pretty unforgiving, isn't it? A lot of people have tried to restart having been on the gravel and not been able to get the bike going. We'll see if Unai is able to get back on the circuit to at least get some data from this race.
Yeah, you're right about the gravel, Des. It seems deeper and really more effective than we see even at some of the other international circuits that we visit.
Which is a good thing, unless you're trying to ride out of it.
Exactly, yeah.
Leading the way, still reached Takahira.
Yeah,
it's good to see the privateers in contention.
Yeah, in this case, a Japanese rider on the Yamaha for a Chinese team.
Chandra, bike number 88, which if you're in Southeast Asia, you know how good luck bike number 88 is meant to be. Well, he's had a good season, Chandra. He's had 2 podiums, a DNF in race number 1 of the season at Sepang, but he's been competitive throughout on the Yamaha, Chandra.
Yeah, just looking to me in the last lap as though Hiroki Ono has got a little bit of spare pace.
A bit of aggression, says to reach.
Yeah.
I'm the senior man here. You look up to me, young fella.
Yeah. Takahira isn't going to give anybody any respect in this race. Not on track anyway.
Bike number 123, Reza Danica, has got himself into that leading group, which was 7, has now been expanded up to, well, comfortably down to Gary Salem in P13 as they come down the hill. We're nowhere near halfway, so there's still plenty of opportunity. We also see Takamoto in that group just behind the man we're saying, there we go, in yellow and blue. But it'll be Fahmi Bassam.
Yeah, Razor whittling away that advantage that Kritapat had in that group. He is now in contention.
Important part of the season, this. You can't win or lose the title here, but you can certainly, if you lose ground at one of these mid-season events, it can be very difficult to make up come the season end. You run right the way through till December in Buriram. But this is race number 5 of a 12-race season. Fahmi Bassam still leading the way. Oh no, Hiroki just cuts him off.
Yeah, Kritapat trying to make his way up. I think he is feeling the effects of that 400 RPM rev cut. Just on the back of that group.
And as you suggested, he's going to have to use the slipstream as much as he possibly can. He's in P5, the front of the blue liveries. Oh no, still leading the way. Coming up the hill once again. Oh no, bike 76.
Yeah,
Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yeah, that's right. I noticed on the qualifying timesheet, he's actually listed as Vietnamese, Hiroki Ono.
I'll be news to him. There's 1, 2, 3. Reza Danica, second in the championship standings. He's another who's had a good season. 2 podiums, a P2 in Sepang and Buriram, and a P4 in Buriram's second race. So he'll be competitive once again, as Astra Honda always are at this level.
Yeah, it's a very different scene in AP250 since Reza was last in it after a couple of seasons in Supersport. I've got the likes of Farmi, Kritapat, Chandra, and so on.
It's very competitive, this AP250. Very competitive, which means the Kritapat's performance so far has been especially noteworthy. But you're only a third of the way through the season. There is Irfan Ardiancia. P7, his best results of the season as he goes over the line. He is in P2 behind Hiroki Ono. Reza's got himself up into P7. Daniel Sharmi in P8. Tara there, Pitapong in 11.
Aiki Yoshi has lost 2 places from his starting position, running 12th for SDG.
Five casualties so far, 7 casualties, including Fadil, who has not got back up with. We haven't had any news, so no news at this stage is good news. 76 leads the way. Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, Takahira trying to get ahead of him. Every time he does, Hiroki Ono snatches it back.
Even though it's a train, these front 4 or 5 look fairly comfortable in their positions, as Kritapat just has a little peek on the inside as they come up the hill. A little bit like Suzuka, the S's coming up the hill here at Motegi.
Hiroki Ono drifts back to 3rd.
Out into the countryside, up to the highest point of the circuit. And then the big sweep down.
Ooh, Kritapat had to pick himself up then. He's got really good corner speed in these more flowing sections of Motegi.
He's going to have to use his racecraft. And he's still only 21, so he's still learning about his racecraft, because he won't have raw power coming down the final straight, but he might be able to get a tow from somebody.
Yeah, he did, and he'll acknowledge this, he did learn a lot from racing with Arby last year. So he's grown as a lot. He was 2nd last year.
There's Daniel Sharmi coming into the reckoning, as Hiroki just edged into P2. 4 laps to go. We're way beyond halfway now. Takeo Ono, Irfan Ardiancia, Fahmi Bassam still quietly in there, as are the Yamahas of Kritapat and Chandra. Keep an eye out for Daniel Sharmi. Do like Daniel.
Yeah, only 1 podium. I would have put him down for more at this point in the season. So maybe he's coming good just at the right point in this race. Takahira fancies this. Coming off the back of a successful weekend.
His problem is he's got to deal with Hiroki Ono. I'm sure will still not be too thrilled at being pushed into 2nd place in qualifying, because he thought he'd done everything right. We thought he'd done everything right.
Yeah, I'm sure that this field is going to have to suffer because of that. Suffer even more, perhaps. But won his first race as a replacement rider at Buriram.
which goes a little bit wide. He's able to just reassert himself. Chandra, very good. Farm is still hanging in there. Who are we seeing there? That's Pitapong Luboinpeng, who's suddenly come into a little bit of reckoning. The multicoloured team one for all exponent from Thailand, just at the back of that group. There's Galangendra 99, team one for all on the back of Reza Danica. Still any one of that front 8 or 9 capable. 37 behind them is Ayoshi.
Yeah, let's have a look out for Reza as well, as we're getting deep into the second half of this race and thinking about championship positions.
Being a slow burner, but as with the underbone, I suspect there could be a thrilling finale coming in as Chandra is there. Oh, Fahmi Bassam out.
Fahmi is down. We'll take another look at that in a moment. We caught that late, and you could just once again see just how deep that gravel is. So much fancied after starting from pole position. He is out of contention.
It's a real disappointment for him. He'll be without a podium, and it'll leave him somewhere around about 10th, maybe even further down. He'll lose ground on Pitapong and Ayoshi, who look like they're going to pick up points. So Fahmi Bassam, Yamaha LFN, is out. That leaves Chandra as the top man chasing.
Yeah, Chandra's been really good this season. The number 88 there, you can see, chasing Hiroki Ono.
Anyone behind them able to make a move? Pitapong has a little glimpse. Has anyone got the power? Has Kritipak got the power?
Yeah, Kritipak could be lacking that. So, as you said, Des, it's going to be a racecraft that gets him up above anything from P5, I would guess.
Chandra Bike 88 takes the lead for the first time with 2.5 laps to go. That is still a lot of time. It's about 13 kilometers and plenty of difficulties, difficult corners to negotiate, including the next one, which is critical.
Yep, Ardiantia for Astra Honda, ever present in that top handful of riders.
Different lines taken and good acceleration. Used the hill beautifully there, did Hiroki Ono. Takahira went with Ono, and Chandra went from P1 to P4. Taken by surprise. That double left, and then this long sprint for the line. This is the first of a couple of rehearsals that we'll have here. This is where potential slipstream comes in. And Takahira unable to make an impact.
Yep, Galangendra staying there in around about in 6th place indeed. Ahead of Astra Honda, Reza Danica, P2 in the championship. And himself with a, should mention, with a 200 rev cut.
Building up. But the same faces at the front. Takahira. There's Fahmi. He's back on the bike. But straight into the pits.
Yeah, straight into the pits. Looks like he's got no front brake. Yeah, very unfortunate for the pole man.
Second DNF of the season. You can't have too many of them in a 12 race season.
Absolutely not.
Takahira, who's had 1 DNF. Best position so far. Only a P6 for Rich Takahira. That surprised me. I had to take a double take on that
fading,
one.
Yeah, fading at the end, getting involved. A little bit too much contact near the end.
Chandra loses out. That's the Tanyu Asia Racing Team looking on. Hopefully.
Yeah, this is such a hard category though, AP250. Oh,
Takamoto.
Yeah. The Kino speed. Oh, okay, out he goes from a little bit further back. Kritipak has dropped a long way behind this front 3. And Reza Danica is ahead of Kritipak on track now.
Indeed, as is Chandra. Kritipak needs to stay in contention. He has a healthy lead, has a 32-point lead, but that can soon be whittled away. He'd like a few more to take into race number 2 and then on to the 4th round in Mandalika in July. And then we head to Malaysia before the season finishes in Buriram as Ono continues his replacement rider slot. But he's rather enjoying it alongside LFN Ardiancia.
Yeah, Fraser Danica, 4th across the line, Kritipat 6th.
He's got himself into that mix as well, bike 37. Final lap though, so it's now a sprint for the line. Number of hurdles to negotiate before the sprint for the line, but Takahira's there, and you've got that formidable presence of Ono. LFN Ardiancia goes on the inside of Ono. Takahira went on the outside of him. And Chandra's making an effort as well.
Yeah, Irfan looking so strong all the way through this race. Determined to get on that podium and perhaps even the top step.
Oh no, he responds every time.
Yeah, if only he can do something about Hiroki Ono. That's the big question. What can anybody do about the number 76?
Building up. Hey, tell you else who's there. 24, Pirapong Luboinpeng for Team One for All. He's suddenly made a move on this last lap. Right then, they come up to the top of the hill. Once they come to the top of the hill, it's then a case of getting into position for turn 11. LFN Ardiancia, as they go around the hairpin, and look at that, Team One for All. Pirapong Luboinpeng, the new leader. Has he timed it perfectly? Ono has to stand up. Pirapong has the lead. Ono in P2.
Takahira off onto the grass. So once again, his late podium chance has gone.
A lot of them onto the grass, and look at this, it's Ono who's timed it perfectly, takes the right line. Hiroki Ono denied first place in qualification, but he's timed it to perfection, takes the double left, and then it's going to be a sprint for the line. Hiroki Ono for Honda Vietnam. Right then, is there a slipstream behind him? Team One for All chasing, but Ono has the lead ahead of Irfan and Hiroki Ono. A brilliant win for the Japanese for Honda Racing Vietnam.
And a brilliant second place too for Irfan, as we bow our heads in honour of Hiroki Ono, and a very clever ride from championship leader Kritipat Cancun, who came back up to 3rd at the end there. A nicely judged podium for the championship leader, and another late error for Rish Takahira. He finished down in 11th. Still yet to get onto the podium in the Asia Road Racing Championship AP250 class.
But there is your winner, Hiroki Ono. We've interviewed him once already today, where he was happy with the job that he'd done. That was taken away from him for a track indiscretion. Nobody's going to take this one away from him. It's brilliant. He was always in the lead. Whenever somebody made a move, he tracked them. If somebody looked like they were threatening, he took them on. And when it came to the sprint for the line, he had enough distance to hold off any move from Irfan. But as you say, Kritipat, what a terrific performance from him with the rev cut.
Yeah, he's got to be satisfied with that. He's extended his championship lead. Panjarit, we saw crash out, and he finished 2 places ahead of Razors. So Kritipat goes away with 16 points.
And increases the lead by 5.
Razor goes away with 11, yeah, exactly. So 27 points, an easy calculation to make there at the top. But there is our winner.
Okay, all set. Supersport 600cc, 12 laps. Solid start from Kazma. Of course, Ukubo's gone with him. That's a fair old lick as well. Kazma into the first corner in P1. He really is in terrific form, Kazma. And even high-siding and coming off his bike didn't put him off from setting the qualifying time today. And that's a solid start from him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that was literally a perfect launch off the line for Kazma. And Kari Akubo following him in. Similarly good start. So they're holding their positions, and just a little bit of a gap there back to Apiwat.
Apiwat Wang Tananon. Wow, did I write him off too early? And behind him, Tanat Leongplau's got off to a good start as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's made up 2 places. So yeah,
Tanat's only 3 points behind Kazma in the championship standings. Helmi Asman not too far behind, only 11, and Anupab is only 12 points behind. So we've got a genuine 4-way title race. That means that, well, Kazma, while he's on form, really needs to make it pay because so much can happen in other races.
yeah. And Hikari Akubo having a close look at the back of the Honglong Yamaha there. And of course, he could take big points away from the contenders here.
That's the danger of the wild cards.
He's in front of Tanat,
Yeah.
in front of Anupab. He's got their points in his fist right at the moment.
Kazma's got off to a fabulous start.
So is Afiwat, by the way, because he's not a regular rider, so he's also taking big points away as it stands on track at the moment.
And we come through the tunnel. And into turn 14 for the first time. Apiwat is indeed in P3 behind them. Well, McKinley Kalpaz, he's started in 13th. He's made up a couple of places. But it's Kazma from Akubu, from Apiwat, Tanat, Anupab, Nugroho. Karadin Powi's got himself up to 7. Hershan at 8. Pizzada 9. Kalpaz in the top 10. Ahead of Helmi Asman.
Yeah, we were talking about the good starts. The poor start was with Herjan Atner, the number 46, currently down in P8.
And Helmi, who's lost a couple of places as well. It's not good for them. But Karadin Powi, to his credit, well, he's in P7, so he's only made 1 place.
Yeah, and there's about a second between Akubo and Apiwat, who's occupying currently the final spot on the podium.
Kip just got himself up into P7, just edged ahead of Herjan, of Wainagrohu, sorry, so up into P6. But at the front, gosh, they've already established quite a healthy lead, over a second between Kazma on the Yamaha and the Honda of Akubu.
Yeah, and contenders just behind Apiwat, Tanat and Anupab. Starting to get their iron. I think Tanat might be holding up Anupab a little bit there.
They come up the brow of the hill and down, spectacular. Akubu just tracking Kazma Daniel. Track looking absolutely perfect, but there is a bit of cloud cover. It's gone a little bit darker, which might be good because it takes a little bit of a heat away from the riders. It's still the same 1, 2, 3 as we come through the end of lap number 2. Kazma from Akubu from Apiwat. Plenty going on behind the front 2.
Yeah, Herjan making no progress, up from 8th after starting 3rd. And Akubo, talking about championship again, Akubo and Apiwat holding a total of 36 points between them.
Indeed, that
track.
hurts, that hurts. Doesn't hurt Kazma.
Not at all, it's brilliant for Kazma.
If he stays in P1, Long way to go. Mind you, Kazma's form, he could high side again and get up and win again. Apiwat.
Yeah.
Under pressure from Anupab. They are like twins, those two.
Yeah, he
I
did.
so miss them not competing together.
Yeah, you almost said playing then, didn't you? Play nicely. But yeah, they are 2 great friends and sparring partners.
Kazma doing his best to pull away. He succeeded with everyone but Akubu.
Yeah, Kubo just keeping enough pressure on there.
And the Yamahas being pressured by the Honda of Tanat and Karadin Powi. And Herjan, who's recovered a little bit after that sluggish start. Only Asman hasn't. Despite those Dimas.
Yeah, steady between these two. The gap lengthening slightly, I fancy, between Kazma and Akubo. And There you go. Apiwat has given way to Anupab. Or Anupab has snatched that P3.
Well, the gap is 2 seconds. The front two are pulling away, and you're right, Kazma has taken an extra tenth of a second in that last lap off Okubu. I don't think that'll worry Okubu too much.
Yeah, I think in this group behind, it'll be interesting to see now whether Anupab can break away. At the moment, it doesn't look as though he is going to gap Apiwat. Tanat just falling back a little bit in P5 now.
'31 is Tanat. Quite right, he can, even if he picks up double-digit points in P5, it could be very hurtful if Kazma Daniel gets big points, be it from a win or P2. Interesting to see Anupab. What's his time? So 1:54.1 last time out. So he's half a second down on his lap times, generally. But as you were saying, he might have been being held up by Tanat.
Yeah, quicker than the riders behind him.
Kazma has the fastest lap of 1:53.5.
And I think Apiwat could do his old friend a bit of a favour if he can keep Tanat behind him. Tanat is the 31 there, ahead of 98, Karolidon Powie. Now Hergen up into 7th, just behind Kip.
0.3 of a second, the gap between 1 and 2 at the end of the previous lap. We'll just focus on this battle for P3. Tanat is in P5, going through Kazma. The lead is up to, so he's made another 10th. You do a 10th of a second a lap, and it soon builds up. You've got to be consistent, you can't avoid any errors. And Hikari Okubo is right on his tail, should it happen. In the meantime, Anupab, bike 500, those eyes maybe have got themselves focused on the back of Hikari Okubo. They'll need long lenses though.
Yeah, they would, and he hasn't quite got the pace, as you were saying, looking at the lap times earlier, Des, but I think he has got a bit of pace more than the riders behind him as Tanat comes in front of Tanat.
Tanat ahead of Apiwat, who's dropped.
Ahead of Apiwat, yeah.
And Hergen Atna's got ahead of Karolidon Powie. Apiwat, ooh, and Tanat. Well, that was a bit too close to comfort for the tie. He just had to stand up, and that was
so
aggressive.
Yeah, a Yamaha mounted tie and a Honda mounted tie. Having a bit of a discussion there.
Hergen Atma took a bit of a gamble there. 1 or 2 risks being taken in that second group. A bit early in the day to be taking those kind of risks. Kazma, is he still there? Yep, he is. As they come sweeping down the hill once again. Spectacular.
Yeah, I think Okubo is comfortable with this gap.
It doesn't really seem to be stressing and straining at the moment. Kazma has this flamboyant style. Throws himself around, and well, the gap was 0.4 of a second. Okubo's a lot closer this time round. It's 0.14 of a second, and maybe Okubo might make a move. Behind them, Hergen and Tanat having a little contretemps.
Tanat just dropping back. He's been pushed back by Anupab, then Apiwat. Now Hergen.
Kazma still lapping in the mid 153s. Under pressure, he seems relatively comfortable with the pressure behind him. Nice forward.
Yeah, I think this has been for a long time a feature of Kazma's riding. He is comfortable at the front, absorbs pressure really well. And he's got it now from Okubo.
Certainly has. It's almost like Okubo is stalking him. Okubo, the endurance man, used to the waiting game, used to playing it just right.
Yeah, these very experienced riders, they know that they've got plenty of time. They know they don't need to rush. 6 laps to go after this one.
The gap is quite a healthy one. It's over approaching 3.5 seconds ahead of the Anupab group. So Anupab wasn't able to make ground up on the front two, who are lightning quick. They are lapping half a second quicker every lap than Anupab Samu. Half a second plus over Apiwat and Tanat.
Could be turning into a lonely P3 for Anupab.
Yeah, he's got himself half a second, hasn't he?
Different line being taken by Akubo there, trying to get a good drive out of the final turn 14.
Okay, we're in midway. Kazma Daniel on the Yamaha has been leading from the very start, but he's been tracked every step of the way. Every kilometre, every metre of the way by Hikari Okubo, who looks back. Okay, it's just you and me for the next 6 laps, Buster.
Yeah, right from the start, and Anupab almost adrift now in P3.
Have a look at how this championship is affected. Tanat was just 3 points adrift. If it remains as it is now, with Tanat in 6th, that gap would go up to 18 points, approaching the halfway point of the season. That's why we're focused on bike number 31. Gosh, how racing can change. Such a glorious performance in Buriram last time out. And it doesn't count for nothing, but it's just one race out of 12. Erjan Atner now in P4. Erjan has had 1 podium so far this season at Sepang, and a P4 in Buriram first race.
Good pace here from Herjan. He's getting after Anupab now, so Anupab not so lonely now in P3. Yeah, he was quick in qualifying. If you remember, he qualified on the front row, Herjan Atner, the number 46 for Astra Honda. He had to make his way up from P8 after a poor start, but now he looks like he might have better pace than Anupab. He's certainly caught him up.
So 1 and 2 is a race which Kazma still leads. Akubu, is there a slipstream there? Well, they go past us under our commentary position, which is right over the start-finish line, with a real whir of activity. So they're 1 and 2, increasing their lead. It's over 3.5 seconds now. P2, Anupab and Herjan. As you said, Herjan's just set the fastest lap time, 1:53.2.
Yeah, he's had to work hard for this. Currently P4, but looking as though he could get the better of Anupab in the later stages.
And behind them, Tanat, I think, has got himself ahead of Apiwat in the...
Here comes Herjan, sorry Des. He does move himself finally back up into his start position, P3. Now this is important for the championship for Anupab. What can he do about it? I don't think he's quite got the pace, but time will tell.
Exactly, there's still 4.5 laps to go. Maybe 1 and 2 is beyond them, unless there's a mistake from either Kazma or Hikari Akubu. But there's the battle for P3. Herjan's done great, and Tanat has taken Karolidon Powie with him. Ryan Grohu's there, and Apiwat has dropped down to P8. He's not going to get a repeat of his victory here a couple of years ago in the championship season, as they sweep down the slope once again. And Karolidon Powie looks on the inside of Tanat, who slides. Great corner.
Yeah, such an important one. Sets them up for 12, 13, 14 complex.
And I don't mind how often the guys rehearse this on the PlayStation. It's nothing like the real thing, is it?
Yeah, and Tanat getting a frantic hurry up from his Honda Racing Thailand team in pit lane.
Apiwat's got himself up into P7 again. McKinley Kalpaz in 10. Firosi's just taken Helmi Asman, who's having a tough old time in P12, Helmi. Keisuke Tanaka 13. Izumi Ikmal 14. Dimaseki 15. Zhao Tianhao still out on the circuit, but hasn't come through to complete his 8th lap. He just now completes the 8th lap. There's 3.6 seconds between the first group and the second group, and 1.5 seconds between P4 and Tanat here in P5. That's catchable. What's Tanat lapping at? 154s. So 3/10 slower than Anupab.
Yeah, we're talking about Kip in that group, but way down the order is Helmi Asman, 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, difficult day. Well, still the tracking goes on, and still Kazma leads the way. The live championship just looks a little bit better for Tanat, 1 point better. But you never know. Kazma won purely on a count back, so every point could count in this championship.
We know that for sure.
Kazma leads the way. He's been under pressure right the way through, though. Hasn't shown he's under pressure, but it must be wearing mentally.
Yeah, you really have to focus in this situation, and he's doing exactly that, and he's very good at it. Seen it time and time again. Kubo looking really threatening there from our angle.
That's the Honda garage. Akubu still challenges. Beyond them, Herjan Atner is there, and then there's Tanat as Apiwat comes on inside Karolid and Paui. So Apiwat begins to make a comeback. It is great to have this fella back.
Oh, it is, yeah. He's so competitive.
And Izam should have given him 24.
Yeah, he has made it his own through 250s, 600s, 1000s. He's one of the great entertainers over the last decade in the Asia Road Racing Championship, Apiwat. And into the lead goes Hikari Okubo. So he did have a little bit more pace than Kazma.
Comes up the hill. 3/4 of the race gone. But Kazma responds instantaneously. No, he doesn't. Okubo is there. Well, he's timed it. Has he gone too early, though? That's the question. Or does he believe that he's got the power?
I think he believes. I really do. He's so experienced. And he's been watching Kazma for 15 minutes or so now.
And he's actually pulled a bit of a lead there. Kazma was leading, and now it's 0.3 of a second. And Kazma may be going backwards.
Still good for the championship for Kazma. And we know this new look Kazma is much more thinking about championships than just race wins and glory for the sake of glory. As
Anupab back in P3 as they go past the Shorewin corner.
Yeah, good work by Anupab. We thought he might have been done then by Herjan, but he's certainly not yet. And nor is Herjan done, as he takes it back once again. So a nice little scrap going on between these two.
Jewels within jewels. Not a jewel of a scrap. This is for P3, where Herjan Atner and Anupab have just exchanged positions twice within 1 lap. Up at the front, Kazma is still, well, he's on the chase now. Is Herjan able to hold on?
Yeah, the good news for Anupab is that he's got Tanat behind him, and he's also got Helmi a long, long way behind him.
Helmi's down into P13, just 3 points at the moment for Helmi Asman. Anupar, what will he be? He'll be on 13 points today. So Kazma would increase ahead of Anupar another 7.
Yeah, this is one to watch, isn't it? I think Akubo is away at the front, but these two are not done yet. They're about to start the final lap.
Coming into the final lap, as we focus on P3, that's Herjan Adler ahead of Anupar, ahead of them. Akubu has a 2/10 lead over Kazma. Don't count Kazma out up at the front. Again, we'll focus on this as Anupar goes around the Dunlop corner. A double right-hander heading into the double left-hand shore wing corner.
Yeah, behind them, Tanat with the advantage over Afiwat for 5th and 6th place. Waina Groho in that group as well.
Right, has Kazma got anything here, Barry?
Ooh.
Who's that coming on? that's cheating.
Hello.
So Akubu is there. I'm wondering if Kazma's got anything left in the tank. Well, coming on was Zhao Tianhao. He was obviously overtaken. That was a strange place to actually just go off the track and let everybody through, but...
Yeah, you raise a good question, Des, but I think in this Kazma, the championship-conscious Kazma, is not going to go for the win unless Akubo makes it easy for him.
Which isn't likely to happen. Akubu, bike 78, the wild card, leads coming down the hill for the final time. Kazma in close pursuit. It's now all on to what line you take, and Kazma's brave.
Oh!
Kazma leaves the braking so late, but too late, and Akubu will go through. Kazma will say, okay, shake his head, take the 20 points. Here is your racer in a Hikari Akubu, who will come through as a wild card to pick up 25 points. Akubu does it, and he did it after trailing Kazma for 3/4 of the race. Akubu ahead of Kazma Daniel. Behind them, Herjan Atna is going to come into P3.
Well, good work by Herjan after a very poor start. And good work also to overcome Anupar, the young Indonesian, overcoming the veteran Thai. Now you can see a little bit of emotion, a little bit of delight from Hikari Akubo. He's come to the top regional championship and taken a win over the championship leader.
And Kazma very gracious in defeat there. He acknowledged instantaneously that Akubo had done him. Kito Abe, who's second in the championship standings, only 24 points behind, so it's just one bad race for Hafiz, and it can all change.
Exactly.
We're all set. ASB 1000cc race number 1 of the weekend underway. A fabulous start from Abe from P3 on bike number 39, and a brilliant start also from Nakarin.
Yeah, was that Nakarin going through there?
I think so.
I was assumed for a moment it was Zakwan, but it is the 41 at the front right now. Sensational launch
And
from Nakarin.
Zakwan's not too shabby either. Hafiz Sharin, for once, not off to a perfect start.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad launch, but sensational from Nakarin. Zakwan up there with him.
But look at the power of Hafiz. Oh, wow. He's forced his way back into P2 already. By the time we get to turn number 4, going out into the countryside. Gosh, there was a little bit of hope. And then suddenly Hafiz turns on the power of that Ducati and goes up the hill. He had a difficult time here last year. In race number 2 especially, around about here, late on in the race, he was forced out. So he doesn't have the best of memories of Motegi. Oh, as Abe takes a big risk to cut inside Nakarin.
He can see the same thing. He can see the championship leader, and he's the closest to him, trying to get away at the front as he gets the better now of Zakwan. So Hafiz at the front, then it's Zakwan, then it's Quito. Ooh, Azroy going there, puffing up a load of dirt.
And still the red and white flags, the slippery track flags are out there. How much do you trust your tyres in these stages? Hafiz. That's a brilliant first lap from Hafiz. Not a brilliant start, but a brilliant recovery.
Yeah, I'm surprised he rushed it as much as he did, really.
We're seeing the Hondas really pushing themselves to the limit. Arbe cutting in front of Nakarim. Zakwan getting off to a fabulous start, but Hafiz Shahin Abdullah is the man who has the lead on the Ducati.
Yeah, he's already starting to ask those questions at the front there, Hafiz.
Go through the Shorewing corner under the tunnel. And he's powering away. Gosh, he had such a tough time winning the championship last year, Hafiz, but once he's won it, once they've got the package together, exactly as he said in the pre-race interview, he believes in the package.
Yeah, that does mean a lot. He has a lot of support here, Hafiz Shirin, in Japan, going back to his MotoGP days. Does love this Motegi circuit as well.
You see the power of the Ducati. Zakwan is using every bit of power that he's possibly got, and so is Arbe behind him. They're working terrifically hard.
Yeah, Nakarim being dropped after that phenomenal start and a very early brief lead. Quito just dropping back a little bit, under braking as well. Oof, but it comes right back. Let's see how this works out.
Zakwan and Arbe in a battle royale, but Hafiz Sharin. Such power. Yeah. Oh, fizzes past us in the commentary box.
Yeah, I think on that that strange-looking approach to turn 11, that was Arbe positioning himself for a good launch into the final complex. He did come out fast.
The new lap record holder, Hafiz Sharin, only man inside 149. As we have a look there at Kota, is that Shota Ite and Arakawa, the two Japanese next to each other.
4/10 quicker on that first flying lap.
Now, still the slippery flags are being waved, so there clearly is something that's got the stewards worried. Well, rain falling. Where is the rain falling? We haven't seen it, have we?
Yeah, but if you look at the lap times, 150. Really, the lap times aren't really showing rain.
Shota Ite there in the yellow and blue. Hafiz not slowing down in the slightest. Nobody's slowing down in the slightest. Are they ignoring the flags? Are they not believing them?
Yeah, you can't get penalised for ignoring a slippery track flag, but you can penalise yourself.
Hafiz still holds on, banks nice and low, turns confidently into the corner. He's increased his lead. He was half a second clear at the end of the previous lap. That lead is now nearly 8/10 of a second. Another 2.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, first three bikes in the 149s that time around. 149.736 at the front. 149.8 for Zakwan and Quito.
Oh, Zakwan, the long lap.
Oh.
Long lap, we forgot about that.
We did, how bad.
So that puts the only real challenger to Hafiz Sharin out of the equation. That's a penalty for an incident on the second race in Buriram. The long lap has now been served. Normally adds around about